What is going on, everybody? Today we are going to build a fully functional recruitment project using Python and Django. This project can be used by job seekers and organizations. A job seeker will be able to apply for jobs and keep track of applications. As a recruiter, you can view all applications for a specific job. You will be able to reject applicants or invite them for an interview. In this recruitment project, we will also cover authentication and authorization. As a user, you will be able to register, log in, verify your account, and reset your password. We are going to use Pytest to write automated test cases. So without any delay, let's get started. First of all, I'm going to create a virtual environment for this project. Python 3 -m virtual env virtual env ls. As you can see, a new virtual environment has been created. Now we need to activate the virtual environment. Source virtual env bin activate. Next, we need to install Django. Pip install Django. Now let's create a Django project. Django admin start project talent base. ls, the project name is talent base. Let me use VS Code to open this directory. Code. Let me open VS Code terminal. Now let us run the server. Python manage.py run server. I'm going to copy this URL. Copy. It works. Next, we are going to create an app called Accounts. This app will handle everything that has to do with accounts on the platform. Python manage.py start app accounts. As you can see, a new directory called accounts has been created. Now we want to create the user model. Models.py. The default user model in Django uses a username to uniquely identify a user during authentication. In our case, we prefer to use email to identify a user. So we are going to create a custom user model. To create a custom user model, we need to inherit from abstract base user. From django.contrib.auth.models imports abstract base user class user, which is the user model, abstract base class. We need the email field. Email equals models.email. Unique is true. Password equals models.carfield. Max length 255. Username field equals email. So we are saying that the email field should be the unique identifier for each user. Required fields is an empty list. We are basically overriding some attributes in the base class. As you can see, we have password, required fields, and so on. Is active equals models.boolean field. Default is true. Is staff equals models.boolean field. Default is false. We want every user created to be active by default. A staff user is able to access the Django admin. We can also inherit from the permission mixins. Permission mixins So we want a user to have the following attributes: a super user, groups, user permissions, and so on. Permission mixins. Now we are going to create a manager for the custom user model. A manager is a middleman between your Django model and the database. You use a manager to interact with the database. Remember I said Django uses username to uniquely identify a user, but in our case, we want to use an email address. So the custom user model we created needs two methods: create user and create super user. To create the two methods, we need to inherit from base user manager. Let's create a new file for the manager, manager.py. So we need to import base user manager from django.contrib.auth.baseuser import base user manager. Class custom user manager base user manager. Let me add a doc string: custom user model manager, where email is the unique identifier. The first method is create user. Create underscore user, def create user, self, email, password, and extra fields. Create and save a user with the given email and password. If not email, raise value error, email must be set. A similar example can be found in the documentation. As you can see, this is a full example: create user and create super user. In this case, email is the unique identifier. As you can see, the username field is email. Let's go back to VS Code. User equals self.model, email equals email, and we want to pass the extra fields. User.set password, we need to pass the password. On a user instance, there is a method called set password. The set password is used for setting a password. Next, we need to save the user, user.save. Return the user. The second method is create super user. Def create super user, self, email, password, and the extra fields. Let us add a doc string. Create and save a super user with the given email, and password. Extra fields dot set defaults is staff true. Set default method is used to set a default value for a dictionary key if the key is not present. Extra fields dot set default is super user true. Extra fields dot set defaults is active is also true. If extra fields dot gets is staff is not true, then we want to raise an exception. Raise value error. Super user must have is staff equals true. If extra fields dot get is super user is not true, raise value error. Super user must have is super user equals true. This check is important because is staff and is super user could have a false value. User equals self dot create user, which is the first method. Create user, we need to pass the email, the password, and extra fields. Extra fields user dot save. Now we need to attach the custom manager to the model. So we need to import the manager from dot manager import custom user manager. Objects equals custom user manager. The final step is to inform Django that we intend to use a custom user model for the project. We can do that in settings.py. So we need to update the settings file for the project. Settings file, talent base, settings file. So let me put it here. So we can say custom user model. Auth user model equals the location of the user model accounts dot user Whenever an app is created in Django, you need to add it to installed apps. The app name is accounts. Let me put a comment, local apps. So when a user comes to the platform to create an account, we accept the email and password. But before we create the account, we want the user to verify the email address. So we are going to create another table called pending user. This table will be used to keep track of the information submitted. Class pending user models.model. Email equals models.email feed. Password equals models.car feed. Max length 255. Also, we need the verification code. Verification code equals models dot char feed max length 255 created at equals models dot date time feed auto now add is true. Now we need a method to check if a verification code is valid or not. Def is valid self. It returns a boolean. Lifespan in seconds equals 20 multiplied by 60. We want a verification code to be valid for 20 minutes. Now equals date time dot now. We need to import date time. From date time, import date time. Date time has been imported. We would also like to use time zone. Time zone. Time zone dot UTC. Time difference equals now minus self dot created at. We want to determine how long ago the code was created. The type of time difference is time delta. Now let's convert the time difference to seconds. Time difference equals time difference dot total seconds. If time difference is greater than lifespan in seconds, return false, else return true. Before we proceed, we want to know when an object was created and last updated. So I'm going to create a base class for the models. The base class will have created at and updated at. Let me create a directory to keep shared code in the project. New folder, common. Next, I want to create a file in the folder models.py. Let's call it base model. Class base model models.model. We need to import model from Django.db. Imports models created at equals models dot date time field. Auto now add is true and updated at equals models dot date time field. Auto now will be true. The default ID provided by Django is incremental. The first object will have an ID of 1, the second will be 2, and so on. Hackers can easily guess the IDs, so we are going to use a UUID as the primary key instead. Let me first import UUID. Import UUID. So ID equals models.UUID feed. Primary key is true. It will be the primary key of an object. Editable is false, and default will be UUID.UUID. UUID4. Since this model is a base class, we need to mention that abstract equals true. Class melter abstract equals true. You use an abstract base class when you need to put common information into a single class. Let us use the base class in the app. From common.models imports base class. So user and pending user can now inherit from the base class. Base class, base model, base model, base model. Now let us run migration. Python manage.py make migrations. A migration file has been created. Python manage.py migrates. Next is to work on the views. Def register request. The type of request is HTTP request. Let me import HTTP request from Django.http imports HTTP request. HTTP request. If request dot method is post. If request dot method is post, we want to do something. Else, we would like to return a template. Return render. The first argument to render is request. We can also pass the template request, and the template name will be register.html. Now we are going to collect form data for post request. Email, which is a string data type, equals request.post, the email, and password, which is also a string data type, equals request.post password. Cleaned email equals email.lower. We are converting the email address to lowercase to ensure uniformity. Now we are going to first check if the email address is registered on the platform. Let me first import the user model from .models import user. If user.objects.filter email equals cleaned email .exists messages .error email exists on the platform. We need to import messages from Django.contrib imports messages. The first argument to the function is request, and the second argument is the actual message. Return redirect register. We need to import redirect. So if the email is registered, we redirect the user to the register page. Else, if the email is not on the platform, we are going to create a pending user. Remember that when a user registers, we want to first verify the email. So we are going to use the pending user for that. First, we need to create a random verification code. Verification code equals a random code. Let me import the code generator from Django.utils.crypto import get random string. Now let us use the random string, get random string. We need to pass the length of the code 10. Pending user dot objects dot create email equals the cleaned email. Most times you will need to use the create method to create an object. If we use the create method, it is possible to have multiple objects with the same email address. So we don't want that. We are going to use create or update. Pending user dot objects dot create or updates. We are going to use update or create. Pending user dot objects dot update or create. Defaults equals a dictionary. Password will be make password. We need to import make password from Django.contrib.auth.hashes imports make password. This function turns a plain text password into a hash for database storage. Verification code is the verification code. We also need to know when this code is created. Created at datetime dot now. We need to import datetime from datetime imports datetime and time zone. We want to use UTC time zone dot UTC. If this email is present in the DB, then we want to update the following. If not, this email will be used for creation, and the following will be the default value. The next step is to send the verification code to the email. So we need a function to send the email to the user. Once the email is sent, we need to let the user know. So we are going to use messages dot sources request, and the message will be verification code sent to the email address cleaned email. We need f string verification code sent to the email. Return render request and the template will be verify account.html. Now let us implement send email. Let me create a file inside common. New file, tasks.py. Def send email. We need the subject, which is a string data type. We also need the recipient of the email to. This will be a list data type, a list of string. Also, we need the HTML template to be used, and probably the context. Now I'm going to import the relevant classes to send email in Django. From django.core.email.mail, import email alternatives, and from django.templates.loader, import get template. Message equals email multi alternatives. So we can pass a couple of arguments to the email, subject, body, and so on. Subject is the subject. From email will be the sender of the email. Let's say no reply at talentbase.com. We also need the receivers of the email. This could be a sequence. To equals email to. Next, we need to load the template. HTML template equals get templates, and the template will be the template name, which is HTML templates. HTML alternative equals HTML templates dot render context, which is the context we passed. Message dot attach alternative. We need to pass the content. The content is HTML alternative, and the type is text/HTML. Message dot send. Fail silently is false. To send an email in Django, we need to update the settings file. Settings, and we can say email config, email backend equals django.core.mail.console.email backend. So any email sent out will be displayed on the screen. Now let us make use of the function. From common.tasks, import send email. Send email. So we need to pass the subject. The subject will be verify your account. Then we need the recipient, a list of the recipient, that is a list of the receiver. The receiver will be cleaned email. Also, we need the HTML templates, which is the email templates. Email verification templates.html. Also, we need to pass the context. The context will be the verification code. Let us pass a dictionary. Context equals a dictionary, and the code will be the verification code. Next, we need to create the HTML template. Verify account.html, this template, and also register.html. I'm going to drop the link to the HTML templates. On this page, you will see the templates used in the project. So I'm going to download the templates. Download zip. Extract the zip file. Let me copy the accounts template. Copy. The accounts templates will be in this directory. Paste. Now let me rename the templates. I will also like to copy the general templates. General template, copy. The general template will be in the root directory. Paste. We can rename the templates. Finally, we need to copy the static files. The static files will be in the project. Next is to update the settings for static files. So we need to mention the static files directory. Static files directory. This will be a list of directories. os.path.join. We need to import OS. Import OS base directory. The directory name is talentbase/static. Talentbase/static. Static files directories specify additional locations for static files. By default, Django looks for a folder called static inside an app. We can also specify the static root. Static root equals os.path.join base directory static. Now let's work on the URL. I'm going to create a new file, urls.py. New file, urls.py. So from django.urls imports path. From this directory imports views, URL patterns equals path. The first argument we need to pass to path is routes. So the routes will be register The view is views.register. We can also name a URL. Name equals register. Let us put a slash. This file will only contain URLs specific to accounts. We need to inform the project that we want to use this file. Whenever you create a Django project, a general URL file is provided. So any URL file you create must be registered in this general URL. This is an example of how you can register a URL file you create. We need to import the include function, include path auth include accounts.urls. This means any request starting with auth/ will be handled by the URLs in accounts.urls. Let me run the server on a new terminal. Python manage.py run server. Let us visit the register URL. /auth/register. Template does not exist at auth/register. Inside register.html, we have base.html. But base.html could not be found. We have register.html, and inside register.html, we have base.html. Base.html is a general template. Let's look for it. Templates. We have base.html. By default, Django looks for a template inside the app. So Django is able to locate register.html, but it could not find base.html because register.html is inside an app. Remember, we created an app called Accounts. So we need to instruct Django to look for HTML templates in the root directory. As you can see, base.html is inside a directory which is at the root level. So we need to update the settings file, templates. DIRS, short for directories, is a list of directories where the HTML templates are located. So we want to say that templates could be located in the root directory, os.path.join base directory, and the directory is templates, which is referring to this directory, templates. Accounts, views. If the request is a GET request, we render the HTML templates. Let me reload the page. It works. Let's take a look at the templates. Templates register.html. When this form is submitted, we want to use a post request. Now we need to specify the destination where the form will be submitted, urls.py. So we can easily reference a URL by using the name. The name is register. URL, and the name of the URL is register. Let me reload the page. So we need an email and a password. Let's say ABC, at gmail.com. The password is 12345. Register. Verification code sent to abc@gmail.com. This is the verification code sent to the user. Now we need a way to verify the code submitted by the user. Let's create a view called Verify Account. Def verify account request, and the type of request is HTTP request. If request dot method is post equals post, we need the verification code and the email. Code, which is a string data type, equals request dot post code, and also the email is a string, equals request dot post email. Now we are going to check if a pending user exists. Pending user, pending underscore user equals pending user dot objects dot filter. So we need the verification code and the email. Verification code equals code, and the email equals the email. The type of pending user is pending user. If pending user exists and pending user dot is valid, remember that we have a method called isValid. This method is used to check if a verification code is valid or not. Else messages dot error. We need to pass the request, and the message will be invalid or expired verification code. Return render request, and the template will be the initial template used at the point of verification. Verify account dot HTML. Verify account dot HTML. We can also pass the status code. Let's say the status code is 400. The default status code is 200. We should use dot first because we want to get the first match. So if the verification code is valid, we are going to create a user object. User equals user dot objects dot create. Email is pending user dot email, and the password equals pending user dot password. Immediately a user is created, we need to delete the pending user object since we don't need it anymore. Pending user dot delete. Now we would like to authenticate the user. So first of all, we need to import auth from Django.contrib import auth. So auth and messages are coming from the same module, so we can import it on this line. Let us remove this line. So auth.login. So we are going to pass the request and also the user objects. The user object we just created. User messages.sources request, and the message will be account verified. You are now logged in. Return redirect to the home page. Home. At the moment, we don't have the home view. Let us create the home view. Dev home request, and the type of request is HTTP request. Return render request, and the name of the template is home.html. Next is to create the URLs for home and verify accounts. urls.py verify accounts. The views is views.verify accounts, and the name of the URL is verify_accounts. Since the home URL will be a base URL, we can put it in the project URL. So we can say from accounts.views imports home. So for the root URL, the view will be home view, and the name of the URL is home. This means the root URL will be handled by the home view. If you notice, there is only an input for the verification code, but in the views we also need the email. As you can see, we are accepting the code and the email address. The email input on this page is hidden. Let's take a look at the template verifyaccount.html. As you can see, we have two inputs. The email is hidden, but the code is not hidden. So we need to pass the email into these templates. Let's take a look at views, register.html. This template is rendered by the register view. Register. So we need to pass the email as a context. So context equals email, and the email is cleaned email. We also need to pass it in verify account if the code is invalid. Email is the email. We should also update the destination of the form a post request, and the destination will be URL, the name of the URL, verify_account, verify account. Let's check if the server is running. Now let's try to create a new account. The email is abc@gmail.com. Password 12345. Register. Verification code sent to abc@gmail.com. Now let's copy the verification code. Copy. First of all, I'm going to use a wrong code. Let's try it out. Invalid or expired verification code. Now let me try with the correct code. Template does not exist at home. So this means the home template could not be found. So we need the home templates. Let me look for the home templates. The home template could not be found. Let's check out the templates, accounts, general templates, job portals. So we have the home templates. Copy and let us put it in the templates. So now we have the home templates. Let me reload the page. Account verified. You are now logged in. Now let's work on the login view. Def login, request, HTTP request. If request dot method equals post, else return render request login.html. If it is a post request, we need to accept an email and a password from the user. Email, which is a string data type, equals request dot post dot gets email, which is also a string data type, equals request dot post dot get password. Next, we want to authenticate the user. Auth.authenticate. So we need to pass the request and the credentials. Request and the credential, email equals the email, and the password equals the password. We use the authenticate function to authenticate a user. If the given credentials are valid, it returns a user object. Otherwise, it returns none. So we are going to say user equals this. If user is not known, else messages dot error request, and the message is invalid credentials. Return redirect. We want to redirect the user back to the login page. If user is not known, we want to log in the user. Auth.login request, and the user. So to log in a user, you need to pass the request and the user object. Messages.sources, request, and the message is you are now logged in. Let me use this opportunity to work on the logout view. Def logout request, http request auth.logout. For the logout, we only need to pass the request. Request messages.sources, request, and the message is you are now logged out. Return, redirect. Let us redirect the user to the home page, home view. Now let's write the URL for login and logout. urls.py. So path, login, and the name of the view is views.login. Name equals login. Logout, views.logout, and the URL name is logout. Let us check if the server is running. Logout. So we need to update the template header.html, which is a general template. Header.html. So we have the logout, login, and register. Logouts. URL is the name of the URL, logout. We also want to update the login, login, and we have the register. Let me confirm the URL name for register. Accounts, urls.py. So the name is register. Let me reload the page. Log out. You are now logged out. Now let's click on login. Let me first use a random email. abc@gmail.com and the password 12345. Invalid credentials. Now let us use the correct credential. abc@gmail.com and the password is 1234556. It doesn't work. abc@gmail.com, password is 1234556. abc@gmail.com 12345. Value error at auth/login. Didn't return an HTTP response object. It returned none instead. Let us check the login view. Login. As you can see, nothing is returned if the credentials are correct. So we need to return an HTTP response. Return, redirect to home, to the home view. which is this view. Now let us reload the page. Alright, it works. You are now logged in. So we are getting two messages because the previous message was saved in the session. Let us log out again. You are logged out. The email is abc@gmail.com and the password is 12345. You are now logged in. Before now, we've been testing the application manually. Let us install Pytest to write automated test cases. Pip install Pytest Django. We need to create a directory to organize the test cases. Tests. Let me delete this initial test file. Tests. Within the test directory, let's create a new file called test views. Test_views.py. Now we need a couple of functions: def test, register user, def test, register user, duplicates email, def test, verify account, valid code. Def test, verify account, invalid code. Def test, login, valid credentials. Def test, login, invalid credentials. I have a complete 1-hour video on Pytest. Be sure to check it out. To make an HTTP request from the client to the server, we need the test client from Django. So we need to create a Pytest fixture for the client. A Pytest fixture is a reusable function. In Pytest, you place fixtures in a file named conftest, conftest.py. Let's create a new file called conftest.py, conftest.py. From Django.tests.clients imports clients. Def client return the client an instance of the client. We also need to import Pytest. Import Pytest. To make a function a fixture, we need a decorator. So we need to say at Pytest.fixture. So this function is now a fixture. Next is to use the fixture in our test cases. Tests, test views, clients. When a Pytest fixture is used in a test function, the fixture is automatically called and the return value of the fixture is assigned to clients. URL equals reverse of register. We need to import reverse from Django.urls import reverse. The URL name for registration is register. To register, we need an email address and a password. So we can say request data equals email abc@gmail.com and the password is 1234567 The type of client is client. From Django.test.client imports client. So we can say response equals clients.post, a post request. We need to pass the URL string URL and also the data request data. Assert response dot status code. Let me check the expected status code. So the status code is expected to be 200. The default status code is 200. Test view equals 200. When a user registers, we need to check if a pending user is created. Pending user equals pending user dot objects dot filter from accounts dot models import pending user dot filter email equals request data email dot first assert pending user. Now let us check if this password equals the saved password. We need to import check password from Django from Django.contrib.auth.hashes import check password. Assert check password. We need to pass the raw password and the encoded. Raw password is request data password and the encoded will be pending user dot password. Before running the test, let's create the configuration file for Pytest. The configuration file will be at the root directory pytest.ini. Pytest Django settings module equals talent base dot settings. This is the settings file for the project. Python files equals test dot py test dot py, and also these are just the patterns for the testing files. Adopts equals equals -v -ra. Now let us run the test. Pytest -k test register user. One failed. Runtime error. Database access not allowed. By default, Pytest does not allow test cases to interact with the database. So you need to use any of the following fixtures if you want your test case to access the database. Let us use the DB fixture. DB, go to definition, require a Django test database. You can read more about the fixture. As you can see, we have some other fixtures in this file: transactional database, clients, async clients, and so on. Before running the test again, let me first comment out this test case. Now let's run the test again. One failed. Template does not exist. Emails/email verification template.html. It looks like I accidentally renamed the general templates. This is meant to be templates. And we have the headers. Now let's try it out again. One passed, 4 deselected. Remember that when a pending user is created, a success message is displayed to the user. So this success message is displayed. Let us use Pytest to check if the message is displayed. We first need to import get messages from django.contrib.messages import get messages. This function returns the message storage on the request if it exists. Messages equals get messages. We need to pass the request to the function response.wsgi request. Now let us convert it into a list. Assert length of the messages to be 1. Assert messages, the first message dot level tag to be success. Remember that get messages returns a list of messages. Index of 0 is the first message in the list. Now let us assert the message string. Assert the string is verification code sent to. Assert verification code sent to in string of messages. The actual type of each message in the list is a message class from Django contrib messages storage base imports message. So we can access different attributes on each message: level tags, string representation of the message, and so on. Let me remove this. Now let's run the test. One passed. What happens if a duplicate email is used for registration? We need to first create a user with a specific email. Then we will use that email for registration. Let's create a Pytest fixture called user instance. Def user instance return user.objects.create from accounts.models import user. Email equals a random email, random abc@gmail.com. Password equals a random password, abcd. Let me import make password from django.contrib.auth.hashes. Imports make password. So we need to pass a raw password to make password. Make password at pytest.fixture. We need to use DB because this fixture will access the database, client, and the type of client is client. User instance, which is the new fixture. URL equals reverse of register. And request data, request_data equals email. The email is a registered email. And the password equals abc. Response equals client.post. We need to pass the URL and the data, request data. If the email is registered, we redirect the user to register, and also we display an error message. Assert response dot status code equals 302, which is for redirection. Assert response dot URL, which is the redirect URL, reverse of register. Let us check if a message is displayed to the user. An error message and the message, let's take a look. Email exists on the platform. Now let's run the test. Pytest-k one passed. We are not using the DB fixture because DB is already used in user instance. Let me remove DB from user instance. Now let's run the test again. Runtime error. Database access not allowed. DB. Another way to enable database access in a file is to use a marker, Django_DB. Let us make use of the marker. Pytest mark equals Pytest. We need to import Pytest. Import Pytest. Pytest dot mark .DjangoDB. It means that all test cases in this file will be able to access the database. Now let me remove DB, which is a fixture. Pytest -k test register user. Two paths, test register user and test register user underscore duplicate email. So we've removed the DB fixture used in the previous test. Next is to work on account verification. Clients, and the type of client is the client class. Clients. For us to verify an account, we need an instance of pending user. Pending user, pending underscore user equals pending user. Pending user dot objects dot create. Email equals abc@gmail.com, and the verification code, verification underscore code equals 5555, and the password a random password, random pass. URL equals reverse. Let me look for the URL name. Verify account, verify underscore accounts. To verify an account, we need a verification code and the email address. Request data equals email pending user dot email, and the code pending user dot code dot verification code. Response equals clients dot post URL and request data. If everything is fine, we redirect the user to home, and also we show a success message, account verified, you are now logged in. Assert response dot status code equals 302, which is for redirection. Assert response dot URL equals reverse of home. Now we are going to check if the request is authenticated. Remember that we authenticate the user before redirection. We need to first import get user from Django .contrib.auth imports get user. When you pass request to get user, it returns a user instance or anonymous user. User equals get user. We need to pass the request response.wsgi request asserts user dot is authenticated. Let me run the test. Test verify account valid code. Pytest -k. One passed. Now we are going to use an invalid verification code. Let me copy this. Test verify account invalid code. We need the clients request data equals email, which is pending user dot email, and also the code will be an invalid code. Response equals clients dot post URL and request data. Let me check the view function. So if the verification code is invalid, we return a 400 error, and also we show an error message. Asserts response dot status code equals 400. Asserts user dot objects dot count equals 0. Let me import user. It means that no user is created after the request. We can also check for the error message. Now let's also run the test. Pytest -k and the name of the test. One passed. It works. Now we will work on test login valid credentials. Clients. The type of client is clients. For a user to log in, the account must have been created. So we need a user instance. User instance. Let me create a fixture which returns the password. Def auth user password it returns a string data type str. Returns the password needed for authentication. It returns this password, which is the password associated with the user instance. So we need to make it a fixture by using a decorator Pytest.fixture. Now let us use the fixture in the test function. Auth user password URL equals reverse of login. The URL name is login. Request data equals email user instance dot email, and the password is auth user password. Response equals clients dot post a post request URL, and the data is request data. The user is authenticated and then the user is redirected. Asserts response dot status code equals 302 for redirection. Asserts response dot URL is reverse of home. Let us check if a success message is displayed. Success. Now let us run the test case Pytest-k test login valid credentials. Pytest 1 passed. Next, let us test for invalid credentials. Let me copy some of what I have here. We don't need the correct password. The email and the password can be a random password. Random invalid. Pass. If the password is invalid, the user is redirected back to the login page and also will display an error message. Invalid credentials. Assert response dot status code 302. Assert response dot URL equals reverse of login. The user is redirected back to the login page. Now let us check the error message. Error. And the error message asserts invalid credentials. In messages, let me convert this to a string data type str. Now let's run the program. Test login invalid credentials. Pytest-k invalid login credentials. 1 passed. Now let's run all the test cases. Pytest. Alright friends, now we need to work on how users can recover their accounts. On the user interface, we need an input box to accept an email from a user. If the email is registered, we will create a password reset token for the user, and the token is sent to the user email. If the user is able to provide the token, the user is allowed to reset the password. Let's create a model to store the password reset token. Models.py class token models.model id equals models.uuid. Primary key is true. Default will be UUID. We need to import UUID. Import UUID. UUID4 editable to be false. User equals models.foreign key. A reset token belongs to a user. Foreign key user. On delete is models.cascade. And the token itself, token equals models.carfeed. Max length is 255. We can also have a token type equals models.carfeed. Max length is 100. And choices, let me create the choices for the token type. Class token type models.text choices. Password reset equals password reset. The choices will be token type dot choices. We need to know when a token is created at equals models dot date time feed. Auto now add is true. Let me create the string method str self. It should return the user and the token. F strings self dot user self dot token. Next, we need to create a method which checks if a token is valid or not. Let me copy this is valid method. Is valid. So we want a token to be valid for 20 minutes. Now let us make migration. Python manage.py migrate. Now we need to work on the URLs and the views. Let me first create the URL. Forgot password. The view will be sent password reset link. The name will be sent reset password via email. Now let's create the view. Views, def send password reset link, request, and the type of request is HTTP request. If request dot method is post, else return render request, and the template will be forgot password .html. So if it is not a post request, we want to render HTML templates. Let me update the URL in the templates. Templates login.html, forgot password, and register. URL is register, and also the URL is reset password via email. Reset password via email. Register.html. The login URL is login. URL login, and forgot password. Let me copy it. Forgot password. The server is running. Login, reset password, forgot password. So a get request to forgot password returns this page. Forgot password. The status code is 200. So if it is a post request, we need to accept the email from the user. Enter your email address. Email, which is a string data type, str, equals request dot post dot get the email. Now we will check if this email is registered. We need the user model. User equals get user model. Let me import get user model from Django.contrib.auth import get user model. This function returns the user model used in this project. Get user model dot objects dot filter email equals email dot lower. The get method will return a none value if email is not submitted, and calling dot lower on a none value will raise an error. So we should provide a default string value. Dot first. If user, else messages dot error request, and the message will be email not found. Return redirect. We would like to redirect to this view, and the URL name is reset password via email. Let us copy the URL name, views.py, So we want to redirect to the same page. If the email is registered, we are going to create a password reset token. Let me import the token model from .models, import token, and token type as well, token dot objects, create, update or create. User is user, and token type equals token type dot password reset. Now we need to pass defaults, which is a dictionary, token. This will be a random string. Let me import random string generator. Random string generator, we have it imported. The length should be 20, and also we need created at, date time dot now, date time dot now, UTC time zone dot UTC. We are using update or create because we don't want multiple instances of token for the same user and token type. Update or create returns the created instance and a boolean. So we can say created and token equals. Next is to send the token to the user. Send email. So we need to pass the subjects, the recipients, HTML template, and context. So let's say email data, a dictionary. The email is email dot lower, and the token is token dot token. Token dot token. Let me take a look. The token comes first before the boolean, so we need to have the token first, followed by created. Token dot token. The subject will be your password reset link. The recipient of the email is email. Also, we need the templates and also the context. The context is the email data. Let me look for the templates. Emails, password reset templates. Emails / password reset.html. Let us take a look at the templates. So when a user clicks on this link, we need to verify if the link can be used to reset the password. Now let's create a new URL and a view. Path, verify password, link. The view will be views.verify password resets link, and name is verify password reset link. Next, we need to work on the view verify password reset link. Before doing that, let me replace created with an underscore, since we are not making use of it. Def verify password resets link request HTTP request. We need to accept the reset token and the email. Email equals request dot get, which is a get request dot get email, and also the reset token equals requests dot get a get request dot get token. We are using a get request because a get request is used when you visit a URL. Now let us check if we can find the token and the email in the database. Token equals token dot objects dot filter. Email equals the email and the token equals reset token, and also the token type equals token type dot reset password resets. We don't have the email feed on the token, but we can make use of the user and the belonging email dot first. If not token or not token dot is valid, messages dot error, we need to pass the request to message, and the message will be invalid or expired reset link. Return redirect. We want to redirect to the reset page, password reset page. Reset password via email, which is the name of the URL. It means that if no token is found or the token is not valid, this part of the code should be executed. Else, we would like to render a page where the user can set a new password. Return render request and the template set new password using reset token .html. Now let us update the content of the email. Password reset template. We need to update the URL. The URL is verify password reset link. Templates /auth/verify password reset link, and we need the email. The email will be the email email, and also we need the token equals the token. The email and the token. Let's take a look at the views. So we are passing the email and the token into the templates. Now let us try to reset the password. The server is running. Forgot password. Let us use abc@gmail.com. Value error. Send password reset link didn't return an HTTP response. Send password reset link. Send password reset link. If the email is registered, we send a message to the user. We are meant to return an HTTP response, messages.sources, and we need to pass the request, and the message is reset link sent to your email. Return redirect. So we want to redirect the user to the same page, which is this page. Reset password via email. Let's take reset password via email. Now let us try it again. abc@gmail.com. Reset link sent to your email. Let us check the terminal. Hi there. Use this link to reset your password. This is the link. Auth. Verify password reset link, email, and the token. Let me copy the link. Copy link. Now let us try to access the link. It works. It means that the email and the reset token are correct. That is why this page is rendered. Now let us try with an invalid token. Let me use a random string. Invalid or expired reset link. Let me recopy the link. Copy link. Reset password. Now let us take a look at these templates. Set new password using reset token.html. Set new password using reset token. This is the template. So we have two input fields, password 1 and password 2. We also have some hidden fields. As you can see, we also have the email field and the token field, but both of them are hidden, which means the user will not see the two forms. So the email and the token field are hidden. We should pass the email and the token into these templates. Context, and also the token. Token is token dot token, or we can just make use of reset token, which is captured on this line. Let me format this function. Format selection. It looks better. Next, we will work on how a new password can be set. So which means we need a post request that will accept password 1 and password 2. We would also need the email and the token from the URL. Path set new password, and the views will be views dot set new password using reset link, and the name equals set new password. Next is to create the views def set new password using reset link request, and the type of request is HTTP request. Let me put a docstring set a new password given the token sent to the user email. So if requests dot method is post request, we need to accept the two passwords. Password one, which is a string str, requests dot post dot get the password one. We also need password 2. I'm going to copy the first password 2 and password 2. We can accept the email and the reset token from the hidden forms. Email, which is also a string data type str, equals requests dot post dot get email, and also the reset token equals requests dot post dot get token. We should first check if the two passwords are the same. If password 1 is not equal to password 2, messages dot error request, and the message is passwords do not match. Render, we want to re-render the page. Render, and we need to pass the request, and the name of the template is the previous templates. This same template, and we can also pass the context to be the email and the token. Email is email, and the token as well. Token is reset token. Format selection. Now, at the point of setting a new password, we still want to check if the reset token is valid or not. So we can say token, and the type of token is token, equals token dot objects dot filter token equals reset token. The token type equals token type dot reset password reset, and also user equals the email dot first. We need to say if not token or not token dot is valid. So if the token cannot be found or the token is not valid, messages.error, requests, and the message is expired, or invalid reset link. Return redirect. We would like to redirect the user back to forgot password, which is reset password via email. Views.py, reset password via email. Otherwise, we would like to reset the password. Let us create a method to reset the user password. So let's define a new method. Def reset user password. Save an instance method. So we need the raw password, and the type of the raw password is a string, str. Self.user, which is a user model. Every token created belongs to a user. The type of self.user is user, the user model. So we can say self.user.setPassword. Set password. You can use this method to set a new password, but it doesn't save the password. So we need to call the save method. So we should pass the raw password. Then we can say self.user.save. We must call .save for the new password to be saved. There is a mistake. We need to put a double colon. Now let's go back to views. Token.reset user password. Reset user password, we need to pass the password 1, and immediately the password is set and saved, we should delete the token.delete. Then we can show a success message.success request, and the message is password changed. Let us redirect the user to the login page. Return redirect login. Let us try it out. The server is running. Invalid or expired link. Let us reset the password again, abc@gmail.com. Send password reset link. Reset link sent to your email. So this is the email. Let me copy it. Copy link. First of all, I will use an incorrect token. Now let me use the correct link. What is happening? Copy the link. Let's try it out. So let us set a new password, 12345. So 12345. Something is happening. We sent a post request to verify password reset link, and the request is successful, 200. It looks like we are not making use of the new URL, which is this URL, set new password. Let us check the template, set new password. We are not using the correct destination for the form. So we need to specify the name of the URL. The URL is URL, and the name is set new password The URL name is set_new_password. Set new password. Let us reload the page. The server is running. Now let us make use of this URL. A new password 12345. 12345. Password changed, and we are redirected back to the login page. The email is abc@gmail.com, and the password is 12345, which is the new password. Let's try it out. You are now logged in. As you can see, we made a post request to set new password, and the status code is 302, which is for a redirection. After that, we are redirected to the login page. Now, let us work on the test cases. Test views. The test initiates password reset using registered email. So we want to use Pytest to test if a registered email can be used for a password reset. We need clients and a user instance. User instance URL equals reverse. Let us look for the name of the URL. Reset password via email. Request data, request_data equals, we need to submit an email address. User instance dot email, which is a registered email. Request data. Response equals clients dot post, a post request, and the URL, and also the data, which is request data, URLs, and the view. If an email is registered, a reset token is created and the user is redirected. Asserts response dot status code is 302 for redirection. We also need to assert if a reset token is created. Assert token dot objects dot filter. Let me import the token from accounts dot models. Import token. The token has been imported. User _email is the submitted email, request data email, and the token type equals token type. Let me import the token type as well. Token type dot password resets. We should use the get method because we expect only a single password reset token to be present for a user. We also display a success message. Reset link sent to your email address. Let us use Pytest to test that. So I'm going to copy what we have here, which is messages. The message is a success message. Success. And also we can confirm the actual message. Asserts messages, the first message, and let us convert it to a string data type str equals. Let me copy the message. Reset link sent to your email. Test views. Now let us run the test case. Test initiate password resets using registered email. Pytest -k and the name of the test case. One passed. Next, we will use an email which is not registered. Let me copy up to this point. Test initiate password reset using unregistered email. We don't need a user instance, so this email address will be a random email which is not registered at gmail.com. Let us take a look at the view. If the email is not registered, we display an error message and the user is redirected. Let us use Pytest for that. We should assert that no token was created. Assert not, then we need to make use of filter. If we make use of the get method and no instance is present, an error will be raised. So we need to make use of filter. .first. Now let us check for an error message. Error message, error. And the content of the error message, email not found. Test views, email not found. Now let's run the test case. Pytest -k and the name of the test case. One passed. Now we are going to test if a user can set a new password by using a reset token. Def test sets new password using valid reset token. Client and user instance URL equals reverse. Let me look for the name of the URL. Set new password, which is the name of the URL. Set new password. We need to first create a reset token. Reset token equals token dot objects dot create user equals user instance. A token belongs to a user instance. We also need the token test views, token type equals token type dot password resets, and the actual token itself, token equals ABCD created at equals date time dot now. Let us import date time. From date time, import date time. UTC. We also need to import time zone. Time zone dot UTC. Let us take a look at the view. In the view, we need password 1, email, and the reset token. Request data equals password 1 equals 1 2 3 4 5, and password 2 is 1 2 3 4 5. We need the email associated with the token. The email is the email of the user instance. User instance dot email. And also we need the token, the actual reset token, which is sent to the user email. So reset token dot token, which is the token existing in the database. Response equals client dot post, a post request. The URL is URL and the data is request data. If the token is valid, the password is reset, the token is deleted, and also the user is redirected. Asserts response dot status code is 302, which is for a redirection, and also the user is redirected to login. Asserts response dot URL, which is where the user is redirected to, is reverse of login. Login. The user is redirected to the login page. Next, we need to check that the token is deleted after the password is reset. Asserts token dot objects dot count to be 0 because the token is expected to be deleted. Next is to check if this password is the new password for the user. Remember that the initial password for a user instance is ABCD. Now we want to check if this password is the new password of the user. We need to refresh the user instance from the DB. User instance dot refresh from DB. This method reload feed values from the database. Asserts user instance dot check password. Check password. We need to pass the raw password into it. Raw password, which is request data of password. Password 1. Check password returns a boolean of whether the raw password was correct. Now let us check if there is a success message. Success, and the message is password reset. Let me check for the message. Password changed. Password changed. Now let us run the test case. Test set new password using valid reset token. Pytest -k one passed. Now we are going to use an invalid token. Let me copy what we have here. Test set new password using invalid reset token. So the token will be a fake token. Fake invalid token views.py. If the token is incorrect, we display an error message and also the user is redirected. Test views and the user is redirected. Let me check the redirection URL. The redirection URL is this. Test views asserts response dot URL is reverse of this. If the provided token is not valid, the token in the DB will not be deleted. Asserts token dot objects dot count equals 1. Let us also check for the message. The message is an error message. Let me check. Views expired or invalid reset link. Test views. Now let us run the test case using invalid reset token. 1 passed. Now let us run all the test cases. Pytest. 10 passed. If you notice, I am currently signed in, but I can still access the login page /auth/login. In fact, I can still access the register page. So we would like to prevent a logged in user from accessing the login and register pages. Views.py. So we are going to create a decorator. A decorator is a Python function that takes a function as an argument. Let me create a file called decorators. Decorators.py, new file, decorators.py, def redirect authenticated user A decorator takes a function as an argument. So we want to decorate the view function, def wrapper Most times, the function you wish to decorate takes arguments. In our case, we want to decorate the view function, login, and register. The first argument to a view function is always the request. Optionally, it can also accept positioner and keyword arguments. So we can say request, which is the first argument, and the type of request is HTTP request. Let me import that from Django.http import HTTP requests, and then the positioner argument and keyword arguments, *args and double stack works, which is for keyword arguments. If requests .user .is authenticated, then we want to redirect the user to the home page. Redirect to the home page, to the home view. We need to import redirect from Django.shortcuts. Import redirect. Else, if that is not the case, we want to return the view function, and we need to pass the argument request, which is the initial arguments request, *args and keyword arguments. And finally, we need to return the wrapper. I have a video explaining decorators. Make sure to check it out. Now let us use the decorator. From .decorators import redirect authenticated user. To use a decorator on a function, you need the @ symbol, the name of the decorator. This means when an authenticated user tries to access the login page, the user is redirected to the home page. Let me check the server. The server is running. Now we want to access the register page, auth/register. As you can see, we are redirected to the home page. The same goes for the login page. We are redirected back to the page. If a page needs authentication, Django redirects unauthenticated users to accounts/login. However, the login URL is auth/login. So we need to tell Django that the login URL is, I want to put slash here as well. So we need to update the settings file, talent base, settings.py. We are going to set the login URL. Login URL equals /auth/login. Alright friends, in this section we are going to focus on job application tracking. We need to create a new Django app. Python manage.py starts app application tracking. As you can see, a new directory has been created. Now let us work on the models. Let me first import the base model from common.models import base model. Now let's create the model for a job advert. Class job advert. We need to inherit from the base model. The title of the job title equals models.charFeed, and we can say the max length is 150. Company name equals models.charFeed, and the max length can also be 150. Employment type models.charFeed, max length is 50. Also we need the experience level equals models.charFeed, and the max length is 50. Job description equals models.textFeed. Job type equals models.charFeed, and the max length is also 50. Location equals models.charFeed. The max length is 255. Let's make this null true and blank true. Null true, blank true as well. We also need to know if a job is published or not. Is published equals models.booleanFeed. The default value is true. Default is true. Deadline of a job equals models.dateFeed. We also need the skills for a job. Skills equals models dot char feed, and the max length is 255. Next is the owner of a job created by models dot foreign key. This will point to the user model. Let me import the user model from accounts dot models import user. The owner of a job advert is a user instance, user, and on delete models dot cascade. Let me create the choices for employment type, experience level, and the job type. We can put the choices in a new file, enums.py. The choices for employment type equals full-time, and also we have part-time, and we have contract. Next is the experience level. Entry level, and also mid-level, and senior. Then we need the location type. Choice. On site, hybrid, and remote. Now let us use the choices models.py, enums, imports, employment type, experience level, and also the third one is location type choice. For employment type, the choices is employment type, and we also have experience level choices equals experience level, and job type choices is location type choice. The ordering field will be created at class meta ordering equals minus created at. The most recent job posts will appear first. Let me create a method for publishing an advert. Def publish adverts self, and it returns none. Self dot is published equals true dot save. To save the instance, the field we would like to update is published. Update fields is a list. Is published. Now we need to work on the job applications. Class job application, it inherits from the base model. We need the name of the applicant. Name equals models.carFeed. Max length is 50. We also need the email of the applicant. Models.emailFeed. Portfolio URL equals models.urlFeed. CV equals models.filefeed. FileFeed. The status of an applicant. Status equals models.carFeed. Max length should be 20. Let me create the choices for the status. enums.py. From Django.db imports models. Class application status models.text choices applied. Also we have rejected equals rejected, and we have interview equals interview. Now let us use this status in the models.py. We need to import the status. Choices is application status dot choices. The default value will be applied. Application status dot applied. Job advert equals models dot foreign key. Job adverts and related name is applications. On delete models dot cascade. Related name is a backward relation from job adverts to job application. So given a job advert, you can retrieve the associated applications by using the related name. Let me create a method which returns the total number of applications for a given advert. Def total applicants, and it returns self.applications.counts. This means on a job advert, we can get the applications because the related name is applications. At property, we'll create a read-only attribute. Before we run migrations, we need to add the new app to installed apps. Installed app is in settings. Talent base settings.py. Installed apps. The new app is application tracking. Now let us run migrations. Python manage.py make migrations. Application tracking job adverts. Ordering must be a tuple or list. So let us make it a tuple or a list. Job adverts models.py job adverts ordering. So we need to make this a list by using a comma. Now let's try to run migration again. Make migrations. Python manage.py migrates. It works. Next is to start working on the views. The server is running. abc@gmail.com and the password is 12345. You are now logged in. So we need to be able to create adverts, update adverts, and delete an advert. My jobs is a list of jobs created by the current user. Now let's work on the views. Views.py. Let me create a couple of functions. We need def create adverts, def lists adverts, def get adverts. Get advert will return a single advert. Def updates adverts. Def deletes adverts. Def apply. And my applications. Def my jobs. Now we need to work on create adverts. Let's create a Django form. Forms.py. From Django.forms imports model form. From .models imports job adverts. From Django imports forms. Now let's create the job advert form class. Job advert form. It inherits from model form class meta. The name of the model is job adverts, and also we need the fields. The fields: title, company name. Let me split the screen. So we need the title, company name, employment type, experience level, the job type, we have the location, and also the description and the skills. Is published the deadline of a job post. Now we want to use a custom widgets. You use a widget to customize how the forms are rendered. For instance, you may want to use a specific attribute of a form. So let me start with the title, and it is forms dot text inputs, the attributes, placeholder, is job title, and also the class is form control. We also need for the description. Description is text area, and the placeholder is description. We need for the company name, employment type is a select box. Employment type, forms.select. Placeholder, we can remove the placeholder. Next is the experience level. And also the job type. The location, a text input. Location. Placeholder is optional. The deadline, let me copy this. Deadline is date inputs. The placeholder, dates, and the type is dates. Next is the skills. Comma, separated skills. Let us make use of the form in the views. We need to import the form from .forms import job advert form. Create advert request, and the type of request is HTTP request from Django.http import HTTP request. Only authenticated users should be able to create job posts. So we need to import the login required decorator from Django.contrib.auth.decorators imports login required at login required. Next, we are going to instantiate the form. Form equals job advert form. Data will be request.post or none. Request.post is the request data. or none. If form dot is valid, if the form is valid, we would like to create an instance which is a new instance, and the type of instance is job adverts. We need to import job advert from dot models import job adverts equals form dot save. Commit is false. Instance dot created by equals request dot user instance dot save. The save method will create a new instance. Commit equals false means that the form should not be saved yet. So we would like to set the owner of the advert before saving. And finally, we save the form. Messages dot sources. Let me import messages from Django dot contrib import messages dot sources. The first argument is request, and then the actual message adverts created. You can now receive applications. If the form is not valid, we want to render the form in a template. So let us make use of context. Context is a dictionary. Form is the form we initialized. Form, and also the title on the page is create a new advert. Create a new advert. Return render. We need to pass the request and the name of the template. Let's call it create adverts.html. And also we would like to pass the context. Now let me copy and paste the templates. Job portal templates, copy and paste. Let us rename the templates create adverts.html. We have the title job advert form, so the name of the form should be job advert form. Job adverts form. And also the button text should be create adverts. Button text btn text is create adverts, create adverts. Now we need the URL. Let me create the URLs for this app. New file urls.py. From Django.urls imports path. From this same directory imports views. URL patterns equals a list. and path create, and the view is views dot create adverts. The URL name is create adverts. I think we should redirect a user to the job page after the job is created. So we need to create a view for a single job, get adverts, request, and the type of request is HTTP request. We also need the advert ID, adverts ID, job advert equals or 404. Let me import get object or 404 from Django.shortcuts. Import get objects or 404. We need to pass the job advert, the primary key pk equals advert ID, context equals a dictionary, job adverts is that single job advert, return render request, and the name of the template is advert.html, and the context. The next step is to link a URL to the view, urls.py, path. The path, we need an argument in the path which is advert ID, urls.py, advert ID. The type of advert ID is a UUID. So we need to put the angle bracket, views dot get adverts, and the URL name is job adverts, views.py. So on a job instance, we will create an absolute URL. An absolute URL is the full URL for a job advert. Let us create a method called getAbsoluteURL. Def get absolute URL, save, return, reverse. We need to import reverse from Django.urls import reverse. We need to pass the name of the URL to reverse. The URL name is job adverts, and the argument is advert ID, job adverts models.py, job advert, and the arguments, keyword arguments, advert ID is self.id. So get absolute URL will return the absolute URL or the path for a job instance. Now let us use the absolute URL in the views. Return redirect. We need to import redirect. Instance dot get absolute URL. The user will be redirected to the job page. Create advert and get adverts. The server is running. Reload the page. Create adverts. We need to update the URLs in the templates. Create adverts.html, headers.html, which is in the general template, headers.html. Create advert. So the create advert URL and the name of the URL is create adverts. Let us check the URL name, the URL. Now let us reload the page. No reverse match. Reverse for create advert not found. Let me check the URL name. The URL name is create_adverts. This URL file is for this Django app. For Django to recognize this file, we must register it in the project. So we need to register this URL file in the project. Talent base urls.py. In the project, there is a general URL. So the app URL will be registered in this file. So we need to make use of another URL, adverts, and the app name is application tracking .urls. Any request starting with adverts will be handled by this URLs. Reload the page. There is an error. URL route UUID advert ID uses parameter name advert ID, which isn't a valid Python identifier. It means that this is not a valid Python identifier. So we need to update the URLs. urls.py. So we need to remove the slash. The slash should come last. Let us check the server. Let me restart the server. Python manage.py run server. Now let us try it again. Create adverts. This link is not working as expected. Let us take a look at the templates. Headers.html. We should put the URL in href attributes. So the URL is this. Also, I will like to delete these templates since we are not making use of it. Delete. Move to trash. Now let us reload the page. Create adverts. It works. So this form will be used to create an advert. As you can see, this form looks nice because of the widgets we are using. Forms.py, we are using a custom widget. Let's see what happens when the widgets are commented out. Now let us reload the page. So this is the default form, no styling. Job title is backend developer and the employment type is full-time. Experience level is mid-level. Job type remote. Location is optional. Let's say Lagos, Nigeria. And the description, let me copy some text in the documentation. Next is the skills. Python, Django databases and API. Company name is required. Let's say advert created, you can now receive applications. So this is a job page. The next step is to display the application form on this page. Let us create a new Django form for the application class. Job application form, model form, class meta. Model is job application. From .models, import job application, and the fields is a list of fields. Let me split the screen. Models.py, the name, the email address, and portfolio URL, and the CV. We would like to use a custom widgets. Widgets is a dictionary. Name is forms.text input, and the attributes placeholder, your name. The class is form control. We also need the email. The email, forms.email inputs. Email inputs. Your email as the placeholder, and also we need portfolio URL. Forms.url inputs. The placeholder is portfolio link. And finally, we have the CV. The CV is a file inputs. The placeholder is select your CV. We want to accept only PDF and Word document files, so we can use the accept attribute, accept.pdf, .docs, and .doc for a Word document. Now let us use this application form in the views.py. From .forms, import job application form. Next is to display the form in a job page. Get adverts. Let us create an instance of the form equals job application form. Now we can pass the form as a context to the templates. Application form is the form. Let us take a look at the template adverts.html. So here we have the application form used. Now let us reload the job page. The server is not running. Improperly configured. Creating a model form without either the fields attributes. Let us look at the forms. Forms.py, fields, job application form. We are making use of the fields. Let us restart the server. Now let us reload the page. Great, it works. I want us to work on the home page before the actual application submission. So we want to show all available jobs on the home page. Let us work on the views. views.py. List adverts will return all available job adverts, but we only need to return active jobs. Remember that each of the jobs has a deadline, so only active jobs will be returned. Request, and the type of request is HTTP request. Active jobs equals job adverts dot objects dot filter is published is true. The deadline is greater than or equal to today. Deadline greater than or equal to today. Dot now dot date. We need to import the time zone from Django.utils imports time zone dot dates. This will return jobs that are published and have a deadline greater than or equal to today. We would also like to paginate the jobs. Let me import the pagination class from Django.core.paginator import paginator equals paginator. So we need to pass object list and per page, 10 jobs per page. Now we need to get the requested page from the URL. Requested page equals request dot gets page. Paginated adverts equals paginator dot get page, and we want to pass the requested page. The requested page return a valid page. Context job adverts paginated adverts return render the home page. Request and the name of the template home.html. The context get page returns a page. A page has attributes like next page number. Print paginated adverts dot next page number, paginated adverts dot has next, has previous, and so on. So the attributes will be used in the template for pagination. Let us take a look at the template home.html. Home.html is no longer in this directory. Let me look for it in the downloads directory. Home.html, job portal templates, home.html. Copy and paste. Home.html. We are passing job adverts into the templates. So we are using a for loops on the job adverts. As you can see, we are using the has previous attributes and also page numbers and so on. Now we need to link a URL to the view. urls.py talent base urls.py. The home page from application tracking.views import list adverts. The view is list adverts. let me remove the home view from accounts since we are no longer using it. List adverts, home.html. Now let us reload the page. The server is running. Reload the page. Feed error. Cannot resolve keyword is published into feed. Choices are applications, company name. So this is meant to be is published. Let us update the view is published. The server is running. Now let us reload the page. Great, it works. We can add a human touch to the date. So we need to use Django Humanize. Settings.py. We first need to add Humanize to the installed apps. Django.contrib.humanize. And the home templates, home.html. We need to load the humanize tag. So it was commented out before. Load humanize. Now we can humanize the dates. Natural day, title. Let us reload the page. It looks like the home template is not used. So what I want to do is to remove the posted date. As you can see, the home template in application tracking is not used. Probably the home template in the accounts is being used. So what I would like to do now is to update the views. Views.py. Let's see if we can mention the name of the application. Application tracking /home. Now let us save the file and reload. Reload the page. Template does not exist, so we cannot make use of the application name. This means we have a collision in the name. It looks like the template engine is picking the home.html in accounts. Home.html. Let us put a paragraph here from accounts. Now let us save the page. I would like to restart the server. Now let us reload the page. As you can see, the home template in the accounts app is used. Now let us see if the app ordering in settings will affect anything. Application tracking before the accounts app. Now let us reload the page. It works. It means that the ordering of the apps in installed app could affect the template lookup. I will have to delete the home template in accounts since we are not making use of it. Delete. Now let us try it again. It works. Next is to update the home templates. Natural day and title. Now let us reload the page. The server is running. Reload the page. Today. So the date is now humanized. Next and previous. At the moment, view details does not lead to the job page. So we need to update the templates. Home.html view detail. URL. The URL name is job adverts and the argument is advert ID. Home.html job adverts and the advert ID adverts.id. Now let us reload the page. View details. It works. The next step is to work on how the application can be submitted. In the views, we have a function called apply. To apply for a job, we need the job ID, request, HTTP request, and advert ID, adverts equals get object or 404, job adverts, and the primary key is advert ID. If request.method is post, if it is a post request, else if the method is a post request, we would like to instantiate the application form equals job application form. The data is request.post, files will be request.files. If form dot is valid, prevent duplicates applications for the same email equals form dot cleaned data, and we would like to get the submitted email. We want to prevent duplicate applications for the same email. So if adverts dot applications dot filter email exact equals email dot exists, messages dot error, we need to pass a request and the message is you have already applied for this position. Return redirect to the job page. We would like to redirect the user back to the job page. The URL name is job adverts and the argument is adverts ID. Job adverts and the argument name is advert ID equals the advert ID. We are able to use dot applications because the related name is applications job adverts. It means that from a specific job adverts we can retrieve all the associated applications. Views.py. If everything is okay, we would like to save the new application. Save the new application. Application, and the type of the application is job application. Let me import the job application from .models, import job application. Form.save commit equals false, which means we don't want to save the application yet. Now we would like to set the job advert on the application. Views.py application dot job adverts equals adverts, which is this advert. Let us save the new application. Application dot save messages dot sources requests, and the message is application submitted successfully, and we would like to redirect the user to the job page. Redirect to job. The URL name is job. If the request is not a post request, an empty application form will be instantiated. Form equals job application form. Context equals job adverts and the application form. Application form is the form. Return render requests, and we would like to render the advert page, which is advert.html. We pass the job advert and the application form. Job advert and application form. Application form advert.html and the context. Next, we need to link a URL to the view. The URL is apply advert id /apply views.apply, and the URL name is apply for job. Let us take a look at adverts.html submit application. So we need to mention the destination of the form, URL. The URL name is apply for job, urls.py apply for job, and we need the advert ID. The advert ID, adverts.html, we need the advert ID. How do we get the advert ID? We can get the advert ID from the job adverts. Job adverts.id. Let us check the server. The server is running. Let us reload the page. We can apply for a job using this form. Name is Ray King, and the email is abc@gmail.com. The portfolio URL, let me copy a URL, Ctrl C. The CV, we need a PDF document. There should be a PDF document. Let me upload this PDF document. As you can see, we can only select PDF and Word documents. We cannot select an image. Submit application. Application submitted successfully. I would like to apply again with the same email address. The email we used before is abc@gmail.com. The portfolio URL and the CV, let us select a document. Now let us submit the application to see what happens if we use the same email address. You have already applied for this position, so applying for a job works as expected. Let me log in. The email address is abc@gmail.com. gmail.com, and the password is 12345. You are now logged in. Now we are going to work on my jobs and my applications. Views.py, we have my applications and my jobs. Request, HTTP request. Only authenticated user can access my applications and my jobs. So we are going to use a decorator at login required. Login required. User equals request dot user, and the type of user is the user model. User model. We need to import the user model from accounts.models import user. Applications equals job application dot objects dot filter. We need to filter by the email address of the authenticated user. Email equals user dot email address. We would also like to paginate the result. Paginator equals an instance of the paginator class. Object list is the applications, and the per page 10 applications per page. Requested page equals request dot get from the URL param dot get page. Paginated applications equals paginator dot get page, and the page we would like to retrieve is the requested page. Requested page could be none, and if it is none, the first page will be returned. The value that can be passed to get page could be a number, float, string, or none. Context equals my applications, and the value of my application is paginated applications. Next is to render HTML templates. Return render. We need to pass the request, which is the first argument, and also the HTML template, my applications .html, and we need to pass the context. Now we need to link a URL to the view. urls.py, my applications, and the name of the view is my applications, and the URL name is my applications. Next is to update the templates. My applications, we need to update the headers.html. Headers.html is in the general template, talent base, templates, headers.html, my applications. So we need the URL name, and the name of the URL is my applications. This PDF document was the PDF document we uploaded from the previous application we made. Next is to visit the page. The server is running, and let us reload the page. My applications. I have no applications submitted. So my email address is abc@gmail.com. What I'm going to do now is to apply for some roles. My name is Ridwan, and my email address is abc@gmail.com. And the portfolio link, let us use a sample URL. Let me submit the application. Application submitted successfully. I would like to apply for another role. And my name, let's say King, and my email is abc@gmail.com. My portfolio is this, and we need to upload a CV. Submit application. Application submitted successfully. Now let us visit my applications. It works. As you can see, my applications, we have the name, email, portfolio, CV, the job advert itself, the status is applied, date posted, the total applicants for the job adverts. Let us take a look at my applications, templates, my applications. For application in my applications, we are looping through my applications. Alright, it works as expected. Total applicants is an attribute we created on the job adverts, models.py. Total applicants, as you can see, this is a read-only attribute for a specific job advert. Portfolio URL, and also CV, download CV. It returns a 404 error, page not found. But we could find the CV in the code. What we are going to do now is to update the settings file, talent base, settings.py. We have to update the settings file. Static URL and media URL. We need to update the media URL. Media URL is /media, and the media root equals os.path.join base directory, and we have a directory called media. The location of the media files will be a directory called media. Now let us create the media directory in the root directory. New directory, new folder, media. We would like to copy the previous CVs into the directory. Media, paste. Finally, we need to update the project URLs. We would like Django to serve the media file from django.conf.urls.static import static. And also we need to import the settings from django.conf import settings. Now let us add the media URL, static, and we need to mention the name of the URL, settings.media URL, which is a URL we defined in settings.py, urls.py, and also the documents, the location of the documents root equals settings dot media route. Media route is also defined in the settings file media route. So this is how you serve media file during development. Let us check the server. The server is running, and also we would like to go back to the previous page, reload the page. Let me log in abc@gmail.com and the password is 12345. You are now logged in. My applications, the location of the CV, as you can see, is media/ the name of the file, download CV. Click on it. As you can see, I can now view the submitted CV. It works as expected. Next, we need to work on my jobs. My jobs views.py. We need the login required decorator at login required request, and the type of request is HTTP request. User equals request.user, and the type of user is user. Jobs equals job advert dot objects dot filter created by equals user. On the job advert, we have created by views.py, created by. So we are filtering all the jobs created by this user. Paginator equals the paginator class, requested page equals request.gets the page, and paginated jobs equals paginator.getPage requested page. Now let us create the context. Context equals my jobs. The value is paginated jobs. Return render. We want to render HTML templates. Request. The template is my jobs dot HTML. Then we need to pass the context. Alright, we should pass the jobs to paginator, the number per page. We want 10 per page. Now let us take a look at my jobs.html. My jobs.html, the job title, company name, date posted. So we are looping through my jobs. We can determine if a job advert should be open or closed. So I would like to send the current day from the view. Let me send the current day from the view. So current date is time zone dot now. We want the date. Now let us link a URL to the view. urls.py. My applications, we need my jobs, and the views is my jobs. The URL name is my jobs. So we can use the URL name in the headers. Template headers.html, my jobs. URL my jobs. The server is running. Now let us reload the page. My jobs. So it works as expected. These are my jobs. The date posted, deadline, open or close, view applicants, view job, we need to update the URL, edit and delete. Next is to edit and delete a job post. But before that, I would like to update view job. So my jobs.html, my jobs. So view job. We need to link to the job adverts URL, and the name of the URL is job adverts. The name of the URL is job adverts, and also we need an argument, advert ID. The URL name is job adverts, and also we need the job advert ID, my jobs. So we need the job advert ID. Let us take a look at the view, my job. So we can get the job advert ID, job adverts, my jobs, and the advert ID is job.id. Let us reload the page. View job. So it works as expected. Now let us start working on the views. Update advert at login required, request, and the type of request is HTTP request. To update an advert, we need the advert ID. Adverts ID. Adverts equals get object of 404. Job adverts, and the primary key is advert ID. Advert ID. The type of advert is job adverts. If request.user is not equal to adverts.created by, we would like to return an error. Return HTTP response forbidden. From Django.http, import HTTP response forbidden. You can only update an advert created by you. Now we can instantiate the job advert form. Form equals job advert form. The data is request.post or none, and also we can pass the instance. The instance is the job advert. If form dot is valid, instance equals form dot save commit to be false. Instance dot save messages dot sources. We need to pass request as the first argument, and also the message advert updated successfully. Now let us redirect the user to the job advert page. Return redirect instance.get absolute URL. If the form submitted is valid, this part of the code will be executed. Otherwise, we would send the form to the templates. Context equals job advert form, and the value is form. Return render request and and the name of the template. Let us see if we can make use of create advert, a post request, job advert form, and the button text. We should be able to make use of create adverts. Let us give it a try. The name of the template is create adverts, adverts.html, and the context is context. We also need to send the btn text. In this case, it will be update adverts. We could rename createadvert.html to advertform.html, but for now, let us leave it like that. Now we are going to link a URL to the view urls.py. So the URL is updates views.updateAdverts. The URL name is update adverts. Next, we need to update the templates. My jobs, edit adverts, URL name is update adverts. The advert ID is job.id. If a user clicks on this URL, it will send a GET request to update advert. The form will not be valid. So if the form is not valid, we send the job advert form into the template. Now let us try it out. The server is running. Now my jobs, as you can see, the URL is adverts/the UUID/update. Let's click on it. If you notice, the form is pre-filled: front-end engineer, description, skills, deadline, and so on. The form is pre-filled because we pass an instance to the form. You can pass an instance to a model form. So I would like to update the title front-end engineer 2 and the company name to be 2. Now let us update the adverts. Update adverts. Advert updated successfully. So as you can see, we have the new title of the job and the company name. When a post request is sent and the form is valid, then the job advert will be updated with the request data. Now we want to work on how to delete an advert. Delete adverts at login required. We need the advert ID, and we also want to check the user. So if everything is fine, we would like to delete the adverts. We can say adverts.delete messages.sources and request. The message is adverts deleted successfully. Next, we would like to redirect the user to my jobs. Return redirect my jobs. Let us link a URL to the view urls.py. Delete adverts. Delete. And the views is delete adverts and the URL name is delete adverts. We also need to update the adverts. myjobs.html. Delete adverts. The action is the destination of the form. We need the URL, and the URL is delete adverts. We also need the job advert, job ID. This is a post request. Now let us check the views. All right, the server is running. Now my jobs. Reload the page. Delete adverts. Advert deleted successfully. As you can see, the advert has been deleted. All right, friends, before we proceed to view applicants and make decisions, we would like to use Pytest to write automated test cases. So I will create a new directory for the test cases. New folder, tests. Let me delete the initial file, move to trash. Now let us create the test file, test views.py. We need to create functions for the test cases. Def test list adverts, def test retrieve an advert, def test create advert, def test delete advert, def test edit advert, def test gets my applications, and also def test gets my jobs. Let me split the screen, and I would like the views to be in one side. Views. We also have test apply for jobs. Def test apply for job using duplicate email. To list the available job adverts, we first need to create some adverts in the database. I will install Factory Boy and Faker. Factory Boy makes it easy to create dummy data for testing. Pip install Pytest, Factory Boy, and Faker. The two packages are installed. Let us create a new file called factories.py. New file, factories.py. We need to import Factory Boy. Import factory. From Faker, import Faker, which is a class. Now let us import the models from application tracking .models import job adverts. Let me create an instance of Faker. Faker is used to generate fake data. Class job adverts factory. We need to inherit from Django model factory.django model factory class meta. The model is job adverts. We would like to define some default fields for the factory. Title equals fake.job, which is a fake job, and also we need the company name. Company name equals fake.company company name or company. Let me take a look at the job advert. So we have the description, the skills, and also the deadline. So let us provide the values in the factories. Description equals fake dot sentence, and also the skills. Let's say Python, Django. The deadline to be a date, fake dot dates. Next is to use the factory in the test cases. So we need to import the factory from .factories imports job advert factory. We need the client, and also we need a user instance. So the type of client is clients. We need to import clients from Django.test.clients import the client class. Now let us create some job adverts. Job advert factory dot batch create batch 20, and we need to pass the owner of the job advert created by equals user instance. Let me close this second page. And also we need the deadline for a job. So we have the deadline already present in the factory, but we would like to use a future date. Deadline fake dot future date. So we need to import fake from .factories import fake, which is this fake instance, fake.future date. Now let us create 5 closed jobs. The deadline will be a past date. So the first 20 jobs are open, which means they are active because they have the deadline to be a future date. But the second 5 jobs will be closed because the deadline is a past date. Next, we need the URL. URL equals reverse. We need to import reverse from Django. From Django.urls import reverse. Now we need to pass the name of the URL. List adverts urls.py. So for list adverts, we can reference the home page. So the name of the URL is home. Home response equals clients.get a get request, and we need to pass the path, which is the URL. List adverts, the expected response code is 200, which is the default status code. So we want to assert the response code. Assert response dot status code is 200. Also, we would like to check if job adverts is present in the context. Assert job adverts in response dot context. Let us take a look at the views. We can determine the count of active jobs by using the count attribute of the paginator. Paginated adverts dot paginator dot count. This will return the count of the active jobs. Now let us make use of it in the test case. Test views. So we can say paginated adverts equals response dot context, and we would like to get the job adverts. So we can say assert paginated adverts dot paginator dot count is 20 because we have 20 active jobs. Assert paginated adverts dot object lists. The object list is expected to be 10. The length is expected to be 10 because we display 10 jobs per page. Views.py. We can get the object list. The object list are the actual objects. Test views. Now let us run the test case. Pytest -k and the name of the test case. Paste. One error. Import file mismatch. Imported module test views has these file attributes, which is not the same as the test file we want to collect. It looks like there is a collision between this test and this test. So let me rename the name of the test file. Test job views. Now let us try that out. Alright, we still have an error. Import error. Attempted relative import with no known parent package. The error is on this line. From .factories import job adverts and fake. From .factories import job adverts and fake. .factories. Let us make this directory a package. init.py. Now let's try it out. Great, one passed. Next is to create adverts. A user must be logged in to create a job post. So let us create a fixture for authentication. Fixture conftest.py. So we would like to authenticate a user. Def authenticate user client. We need the clients. The type of the client is the client class, and also we need a user instance. User instance. The type of user instance is user. We also need the password. User password. Client is a fixture. In Pytest, you can use a fixture inside another fixture. Authenticate user client is a fixture. Pytest.fixture. So we are making use of a fixture inside a fixture. The type of auth user password is string str. So let me add a doc string. Authenticate a client. Client.login. We need to pass the credentials. The email is going to be user instance.email. Password. The password is auth user password. So this fixture will return an authenticated client and also a user instance. Let us use type annotation. It returns a tuple, and the element in the tuple is going to be a client and a user instance. Let me format the document. Format document. Now let us make use of this fixture: job views, application tracking, test job views. Create adverts. We need the authenticate user client, so it returns the client and the user. Let us assign it to a new variable: client user equals authenticate user clients. URL equals reverse. So to create an advert, let us look for the URL. Create advert. The URL name is create advert. Create advert. urls.py. Create advert. To create an advert, we need the request data, which is the job advert form. Let me split the screen. So we need to send all the following at the point of creating an advert. So we can say request data equals the title is going to be title, and also we need the company name. The company name can be any name. Say Ridwanre.com, Ridwanre Inc. And the employment type. The employment type can be contract. Is contract. Experience level is senior. Next is the job type. The job type is remote, and also we need the deadline. The deadline is going to be 2025 02, and also we need the skills: Python, Django. Next is the description, job description, sample. Response equals clients dot post, a post request. We need to pass the URL, and also we need to pass the request data as the data. Now, when a job is posted, let us take a look at the views, views.py. When a job is posted and everything is fine, we display a success message and the user is redirected to the job page. Now let us use Pytest to check that. Assert response dot status code is 302, which is for a redirection. We also need to assert that a new job instance has been created. Assert job adverts dot objects dot counts to be 1. Let me import the job advert from application tracking.modules. Import job adverts. Next, we need to check if the owner of the created job is this user instance. remember that this user instance is the authenticated user. So let us use Pytest to check that. Assert job adverts dot objects dot filter created by equals user dot count equals 1. Also, we would like to check if a success message is displayed. Let us copy that from the previous test cases. Test views. So let us copy this. Test views, test job views. So we need to import get messages from Django dot contrib dot messages import get messages. Get messages. The message is a success message. Success. The message content is advert created successfully. You can now receive applications. We may decide to omit the message content because the message could be changed to any success message. Now, let us run the test case. Test create advert. Before I do that, let me use Pytest marker to enable database access. Pytest. Import Pytest. Import Pytest. Pytest. Pytest dot mark dot Django DB. Django DB. So Pytest mark. Pytest mark. Now let us run the test case. Test create advert. Pytest dash k. Test create adverts. Paste. One passed. Next is test delete adverts. We are going to create a job advert which will later be deleted. So we need authenticated user client, authenticated user clients. So the clients and the user equals authenticated user clients. We need to create an advert. Advert equals job advert factory. And we can pass the created by equals the user and the deadline. Do we need to pass a deadline? We don't need to pass a deadline since we have the default value for it. Now we need the URL reverse. The URL name for delete is delete adverts and the argument is advert ID. Delete adverts and the arguments, which is a keyword arguments ID, advert ID. The ID of the advert is adverts.id. Response equals clients.post. We can use a post request. You should use a post request to make any change. .post and the URL request data. We don't need any request data. Assert response dot status code. Let us take a look at the view delete adverts. When an advert is deleted, we display a successful message and the user is redirected to My Jobs test job views. Status code is 302 and also asserts response dot URL equals reverse of My Jobs, which is where the user is redirected to. Next, we need to confirm if there is a success message when the advert is deleted. There should be no adverts available. So we are going to check if there is no advert in the database. Asserts job advert dot objects dot counts to be equal to 0. Now let us run the test case. Test delete adverts. Pytest test delete adverts. Delete adverts. Paste. 1 passed. Next is edit adverts. Edit an advert. Authenticated user clients. So clients user equals authenticated user clients. Let us create an advert. Advert equals job advert factory created by is the user. We need the URL equals reverse of edit adverts. The URL name is update adverts, and we need to pass the advert ID. Update adverts, keyword arguments, which is the advert ID .id. Now to update an advert, we are going to provide a new set of values for the feed. So let me say the request data is this. Let's say the title is updated and the company is Ridwan Ray. To be sure, let us pass the title, and title is R, and the company name is. Now we have new title and new company name. Response equals clients dot post the URL and the request data. urls.py update adverts. When an advert is successfully updated, we display a successful message and also we redirect the user. Now let us use Pytest to assert that. Assert response the status code is 302 for redirection. The user is redirected back to the job page. Assert response dot URL equals reverse of job adverts. Job adverts, job adverts. The argument is advert ID. Keyword arguments, adverts ID, adverts.id. Now let us check if there is a success message. I will copy what we have here. Next is to check if after the advert is updated, the new title is updated and the new company name is Ridwanre. We need to first refresh the advert from the DB. Assert advert.refresh from DB. Refresh from DB is a method on an instance. Job adverts. Refresh from DB. Assert advert.title equals the new title, which is request data of title, and also assert advert.company name is request data of company name. Now let us run the test case. Pytest -k, and the name of the test case is this. One passed. Next is get my applications. Get my applications. Authenticated user clients. Clients and user. Authenticated user clients. We need to create a couple of job applications. So let us make use of factories. Class job application factory Django model factory class meta model equals job application. So we need to import job application. Now is the feed name equals fake.name. Let me take a look at the model. Job application model. We need the portfolio URL equals fake.url, and also we need the CV fake.file path. Now let us make use of it in the test case. We need to import it from factories, and now we would like to create a couple of job applications. Job application factory dot create batch. We want to create a couple of applications. The count is 5. Let us create 5 applications, and the associated email is the email of this user dot email. Remember that we need to pass job advert to the job application factory. So let us pass the job advert. Let me close this. Equals, we need a job advert factory, and in a job advert factory we still need to pass the owner, that is the created by job adverts. We need to pass the created by. I think we should create a factory for user. Let us create a factory for user. It makes sense to put the user factory in accounts because the model is in accounts. So let us create a new file called factories.py. Factories.py. We need to import factory, and also we need to import the model from accounts.models, import the user model, class user factory, factory.django model factory, class meta. The model is the user model, and we would like to set some fields. Email equals factory dot sequence lambda function n person at example.com. Dot formats n password equals make password. We cannot store a raw password, so we need to use make password. Let's call it test pass. So we need to import make password from Django dot contrib dot auth dot hashes import make password. Now we have a user factory, so we are making use of factory.sequence because we want a unique email for each user created. Let us go back into the test case, test job views. So we can pass a user factory as created by is a user factory. Let me import user factory from accounts.test.factories import user factory. So this job application belongs to the authenticated user because the email of the job application is associated with the authenticated user. Now we are going to create a new set of applications that are not belonging to the authenticated user. A new set of applications, let's say 10, and the email will be a random email, random user at gmail.com. Next is the URL equals reverse, and the URL name is my applications. Let me check that. My applications response equals clients dot get a get request, and we need to pass the URL. Asserts response dot status code is 200, which is the default status code when we render HTML templates. We need to assert that my applications is in the context. My application asserts my applications in response.context. The applications returned to the user. Next is to check the length of the application returned to the user. Asserts response.context my jobs dot object lists equals 5, which is the number of applications belonging to the authenticated user. The length, we need to get the length. Now let us run the test case, test get my applications, Pytest -k paste, test get my applications. So there is an error, value error, cannot assign user factory to created by must be a user instance. So it is saying that the created by must be a user instance, but here we are making use of just the class. We are not creating an instance of the class. We need to use the brackets and also the brackets. Now let us run the test case again. Test get my applications. One failed. There is an error again. Key error, my jobs. Alright, there is a mistake. We are meant to use my applications, not my jobs. My applications. My applications. My applications. The context is a dictionary, and we are checking if the context is present. Let us run the test case. Great, it works. One passed. Now let us test get my jobs. Get my jobs. We need authenticated user clients. Let me copy what we have here. Get my jobs will return the jobs created by the current user. So we first need to create a couple of job adverts factory dot batch create batch. Let us create 5, and the created by is this user instance. User. Now let us create another one, another 5, or another 5, or we could create another 2, and the created by will be another user, which is a user factory. User factory will create a new user entirely. Now we need the URL. URL equals reverse my jobs, and response equals clients dot get, a get request. We need to pass the URL. Assert response dot status code equals, let us take a look at the view, my jobs, URLs, my jobs. So we render HTML templates. The status code is expected to be 200, and we can assert the context. Assert response, assert my jobs in response dot context. Next is to check the length of the returned jobs. So the user is expected to get 5 jobs. So let us check that. Assert. Let me copy what we have here, which is the object list. Assert the length of my jobs to be 5 my jobs. Let me just change this to be 4 and this also to be 4. Now let us run the test. Pytest -k and the name of the test case. Great, 1 passed. Next is apply for a job. Test apply for a job, the client, and also user instance. To apply for a job, we first need to create a job instance. Advert equals job advert factory, and created by is the user instance. Next, we need the URL. URL equals reverse urls.py. Apply for job is the URL name, and we also need the advert ID. Apply for job and the keyword arguments. Advert ID is adverts.id. Let us take a look at the views. urls.py, apply for job. So we need the application form. The application form, we need to provide the name, email, portfolio URL, and the CV at the point of application. Test apply for jobs. We need the request data. Request data equals a dictionary. The name is a random name, and also we need the email. The email is a random email, random@gmail.com. We also need the portfolio URL. Portfolio URL is a URL. Let me copy this URL. The CV. We need the CV. Let us create a file for the CV. We need to import simple uploaded file from django.core.files.uploaded file. Import simple uploaded file. CV equals simple uploaded file. So we need to pass the name, content, and the content type. The name will be sample.pdf. The content type, the content can be in bytes. Content. Now let us use the CV in the request data. Response equals clients.post, a post request, the URL, request data, apply for job. If everything is fine, the user is redirected to the job page. We also show a success message. Alright, let us use Pytest to check that. Asserts response.status code is 302 for redirection. We also want to assert the redirection URL. Assert response.url equals reverse of the job page, job adverts, and the keyword arguments for the job advert page is advert ID, advert.id. The messages, let us check for the message. So we need to check if an application is created. Application equals job application dot objects dot filter. So let me import job application from application tracking.models. Import job application. So we need to filter by the email. email equals request data of the email dot first. Assert application dot name is request data the CV. Assert application dot CV dot name. Let us check if the CV ends with .pdf. Now let us run the test case. Test apply for a job. Pytest -k. The name of the test is test apply for a job. 1 passed. The uploaded file should be in the media directory sample.pdf. This is the uploaded file. Now let me run the test again. We should have another sample.pdf. As you can see, we have another sample.pdf. It makes sense to delete the file since we are testing. So we can say application.cv.delete. Save equals false. Let me delete the initial files. Now let us run the test case again. Test apply for a job. 1 passed. As you can see, the sample.pdf cannot be found in the media directory. Next is to test apply for a job using duplicate email address. So we need the clients, and also we need a user instance. So let me copy what we have here. We have the job adverts. We need an existing application. Application equals job application factory. The associated job advert is advert, and the email address is abc1@gmail.com. So what we want to do is to apply for the same job by using the same email address. The email address will be application.email, which is an existing email address for this job. Let's take a look at the views. If the email exists, we display an error message and we redirect the user. Assert response dot status code is 302 for a redirection. We want to assert that the user is redirected to the job advert page. Assert response dot URL equals reverse of job adverts, and the keyword arguments is advert ID, adverts ID, adverts.id. Now let us check if there is an error message. Error. Next is to check that the application count is just 1. Job application dot objects dot filter email is application dot email, and also the job advert is the advert ID, adverts.id. Dot count should be just 1. Now let us run the test case. Test apply for job Pytest -k, paste. Great, it works. One passed. Now let us run all the test cases. Pytest 19 passed and 2 warnings. Let me check if all the test cases have been written. We have test, retrieve, and adverts. Test, retrieve, and adverts, clients, and the type of client is clients, user instance. So we need to create a job advert equals job advert factory created by is the user instance, URL equals reverse the URL name, job adverts, the argument is application ID, job adverts, keyword arguments is advert ID, adverts, response equals clients dot gets a get request. We need to pass the URL. Asserts response dot status code. Let me take a look at the views. urls.py, get adverts. The default status code is 200. Status code is 200. Asserts job adverts in response dot context. Asserts views.py application form in response dot context. Now let us run the test case, test, retrieve, and adverts. Pytest -k and the name of the test case, test, retrieve, and adverts. One failed. Let us take a look at the error. Django.urls, no reverse match. Reverse for job adverts not found. Job adverts, the URL name is job adverts. Alright, we are meant to make use of the ID, advert ID. Let us try it out. Test, retrieve, and adverts. It works. I think we have covered all the test cases. All the test cases have been covered. We are good to go. Alright friends, now we will work on view applicants. This will show all applications for a specific job. Def adverts applications. We need login required, request, and the type of request is HTTP request. We also need the job advert ID, Now let us get the advert job adverts equals get object or 404. We need to pass job advert and the primary key PK is advert ID. If request dot user is not equal to adverts dot created by, then we want to return an error. Return HTTP response forbidden. The message is you can only see applicants or applications for an advert created by you. Now let us retrieve the applications for the job. Applications equals job application dot objects dot filter adverts. Let me take a look at the model. Job application, job adverts, job adverts equals adverts dot id. Now we need a paginator. Paginator equals the paginator class. We need to pass the object list, which is the applications, and per page 10. Requested page equals request.get the page. Paginated applications equals paginator dot get page. We need to pass the requested page to it. Context is a dictionary. Applications equals paginated applications. We can also pass the advert is the adverts. Return render request, and we need the name of the templates. Templates advert applications.html, adverts applications.html, and the context. We could also use a backward relation to retrieve the applications. Job adverts, job application. For a specific job advert, we can retrieve the applications by using the related name. The related name is applications views.py. So we could also say applications equals adverts dot applications dot all. This will return all the associated applications. Now let us take a look at the template. Name, email, portfolio URL, download CV, and view the advert. Next is to link a URL to the view. Let us create a new URL. Advert ID /applications, and the view is advert applications. The URL name is adverts applications. myjobs.html, view applicants, the URL name. The URL name is advert applications, and the argument is advert ID. For job, in my job, so we can say job.id. Now let us check the server. The server is running, so let us reload the page. My jobs, we only have one applicant. View applicants, reverse for the site not found. So we are making use of a URL which we haven't defined. Advert applications.html, advert applications.html decide. So we are making use of this URL, and the URL does not exist. Save the page. Now let us reload the page. It works. So these are the applications for the job. View applicants. So this job has only one applicant. View adverts. Let us update the template. View adverts. The URL name is job adverts, and the ID. We also need the job ID. The URL name is job adverts. We need the advert ID. So let us go back to my jobs. My jobs. Advert application. So we have the application. Job adverts .id. Let us reload the page. My jobs. View applicants. We only have one applicant. We can access the job. View adverts. So this is the advert. Now let us apply for the job. King, and the email is abc9@gmail.com. The portfolio URL and also the CV. Select file, submit application. Application submitted successfully. View jobs. As you can see, we now have 2 applicants. View applicants. These are the applications. Next, we are going to make a decision on the submitted applications. Def decide, request, and the type of request is HTTP request. At login required. We need the application ID, job application ID. Job application equals get object or 404. Job application, and the PK primary key is job application ID. If request dot user is not equal to job application dot adverts dot created by, return HTTP response forbidden. You can only decide on an advert created by you if request dot method is post to request. Status equals request dot post dot get the application status. Now let us save the new status. Job application dot status equals status. Job application dot save, and the field we would like to save is status. Update fields is a list of fields. Status. Let us display a success message. Message dot success. We need to pass the request, and the message. Application status updated to the status, which is this status. We need to use f-string. We would like to send an email to the applicant, so we need to import send email. Send email from common dot tasks imports send email. Send email. Send email. The subject is application status. Send email. If status is equal to application status, application status dot rejected, we need the subject. The subject is application outcome for the job title. We can get the job title from the job application. Let us use f-string. Job application dot job advert dot title. And also we need the recipient of the email. Email to is the email, which is the email associated with this application. Job application dot email. Email to should be a list. And also we need the HTML templates. Let us take a look at the general templates, emails, job application updates. I want to copy the name of the file. Views.py. Job application update emails / job application update .html. Let us take a look at the template job application update. We need the name of the applicant, applicant name, job title, and also the company name. Views.py. So we need the context. Context equals a dictionary. Applicant's name is job application dot name, and also the job title is job application dot job adverts dot title. And finally we need the company name. Company name is job application dot job advert dot company name. Now let us pass the context, which is a dictionary. Context. When a decision is made, we would like to redirect the user to this page. So let us update the view. Return redirect to Adverts Applications Applications, which is the name of the URL, Adverts Application, Adverts Application, Adverts Applications, Advert Applications. The argument is Advert ID. Advert ID. Advert ID is the ID of the adverts. Job application dot job advert dot ID. Next is to link a URL to the view, urls.py. Let me copy what we have here. We need the job application ID, job application ID / decide, and the view is decide. The name of the URL can also be decide. Job application ID views.decide. Now let us update the templates. Adverts applications.html. Decide. So this is the form. Method is post. Action is the destination of the form. The URL name is decide, and the argument is the application ID. Application ID for application in applications. The application ID, application.id. The server is running. Now let us reload the page. I would like to interview the applicants. Decide. Application status updated to interview. The status is interview, which means we can no longer decide on this application. The new status is interview, and the decide button is disabled. Now let me reject an application. Rejected. Decide. Application status updated to rejected. Let us check the terminal. As you can see, an email is sent to the applicant. The name of the job title, and the company name. Alright friends, now we are going to work on the search functionality. So we need to search by keywords and location. Views.py, def search, request, HTTP request. We want to retrieve the keyword and the location from the query param. Keyword equals request dot get keyword, and also the location equals request dot get the location. We only want to search from active jobs, list adverts. So these are the active jobs. Now we can construct the query. Let me first import the query from Django.db.models import queue. So we can say query equals queue if the keyword is present, we would like to update the query. Query title I contains the keyword, or the company name contains the keyword. Company name I contains keyword, or the description I contains keyword. Let me split the screen so I can navigate to the job adverts. We can also check the skills. Or keyword skills I contains keyword. If the location is present, we would like to update the query. Query equals location I contains the location. We are using the AND operator to combine the queries. So if both keyword and location are given, it will return the following jobs found in this location. Now we can say result equals active jobs dot filter. We need to pass the query to filter. Paginator equals the paginator class. Result is the object list and per page is 10. Requested page equals request dot gets the page. Paginated adverts equals paginator dot get page requested page. Context equals job adverts paginated adverts. Now we would like to render the home page. The home page is used for list advert home.html. Now let us link a URL to the view urls.py. So we can say search and the URL name can also be search. Next is to use the search URL in the template home.html. Search. The destination will be the URL search. The server is running. Now I want to search for front-end engineer job. Front-end engineer. Search the front-end engineer job. Let me search for engineer. This should return jobs containing engineer. So these are the jobs containing engineer. Next is to search by location. Let me search by Lagos alone. Lagos. So no job found. let me create a new job advert for testing purpose. Let's say front-end engineer. Front-end engineer. The company name is ridwanray.com. Ridwanray. Employment type is part-time. Front-end engineer 5. So I can easily identify the job. Experience level. Job type. Location is Lagos, Nigeria. And description, I want to copy the description. Skills is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The deadline is 25. Create advert. Advert created. You can now receive applicants. Now let us go back to the home page. So this is the newly created job. Now let us search for jobs in Lagos. Lagos. It works. Let us search for front-end engineering role in Lagos. Front-end engineer. And the location must be Lagos. Lagos. Search. So it works as expected. This is possible because we are making use of AND operator. This is the AND operator. Next is to write test cases for the new views. Test decide application authorized. Def test decide application unauthorized. Def test gets applicants. Def test search. Authenticated user clients. Client user equals authenticated user clients. We need to create a job application. Job application equals job application factory. Email equals random email at gmail.com. And the status of the application is applied. Let us import the status from enums. From application tracking .enums import application status. Application status the status is applied. We need to create a job advert. A job application is attached to an advert. Advert equals job advert factory, and we can say created by equals user. URL equals reverse decide urls.py. The URL name is decide and the argument is job application ID. Job application ID. Keyword asks job application ID, and the ID is job application.id. Request data is a dictionary. We need to pass the status. The status is interview. Response equals clients.post URL, and the data is request data. If everything is fine, we display a success message to the user, and also the user is redirected to Adverts Applications. Asserts response.status code is 302 for redirection, and also asserts response.url. The user is redirected to Adverts Applications, and the argument for the URL Adverts Applications, the argument is Adverts ID. Adverts ID keyword arguments is Adverts ID. Adverts.id. Next, we need to check if the new status of the application is interview. First of all, we need to refresh the application from the database. Job application dot refresh from DB. Asserts job application dot status equals request data of status. Now let us run the test case. Test decide application authorized. Pytest -k, the name of the test case. 1 passed. Now we want to see what happens when the user is not the owner of the advert. So we need the client and the application. Ctrl C. So the owner of this advert should be another user, user factory. We are not making use of this variable, so we can represent it as an underscore. Asserts response.status code should be 403, which is permission denied, and also job application dot refresh from DB. Asserts job application dot status, the status should remain the same, applied. Now let us run the test case. Test decide application unauthorized. Pytest -k, the name of the test. 1 passed. Test get applicants for an advert. Authenticated user clients. So we have clients user equals authenticated user clients. Let us create the first advert. Advert 1 equals job advert factory created by should be the user. Now let us create some applications for this advert. Job application factory dot batch create batch. The size can be 5, and we want to say job advert equals advert 1. The associated email address equals email equals abc4@gmail.com. Let us create the second advert. advert 2, and a new set of applications for the adverts, job application factory 2, and the job advert is advert 2. Email is a random email. Now we need the URL. URL equals reverse. The URL name Adverts Applications. We need the advert ID, which is an argument, Adverts Applications, and keyword argument is advert ID. Adverts ID. We would like to retrieve the applications for advert 2 dot ID. Response equals clients dot get, a get request URL. Let us take a look at the view. The default status code is 200. We would also assert that applications and adverts are in the context. Assert response dot status code is 200. Assert applications in response dot context. Now we would like to assert that 2 applications are returned. Assert response dot context applications dot object list is 2. We need to find the length. Now let us run the test case. Test get applications for an advert. Pytest -k, the name of the test case. It works. 1 passed. Next is test search. As an assignment, how would you test the search feature? Let me know in the comments. To do assignments. Alright friends, I want to show you how to use a custom manager in Django. You are able to use methods like .filter and .get because they are defined by the default manager. So we want to be able to write .search and .active. That can be achieved by using a custom manager. Now let us create a custom manager. A manager for the job advert. Class job advert, query set, models dot query set, def active, self, and also def search self. Let me copy the ORM for active jobs. Active jobs, models.py, return self.filter is published is true and we need to import the time zone. From Django.utils, import time zone, models.py, import time zone. For the search method, we need to pass the keyword and the location. Keyword and location. Now let me copy the query. The query is this: models.py query we need to import queue from django.db.models import queue. Now we would like to search from the active job. Return self.active.filter query. Next is to mention the manager. Objects equals job advert query set dot as manager. Now we can use the custom methods in the views. So we can say objects dot active. We can comment out these parts, and result will be job adverts dot objects dot search. For the search, we need to pass the keyword and the location. Keyword and location. Keyword and location. Let us run the test cases again. Pytest. I will like to remove this. List advert. We are good to go. The server is running. Home page. Let us search for engineer. Engineer in Lagos. Search. It works as expected. Alright friends, we are going to focus on how to send actual emails to users by using Django. Previously, we used the console email backend, which displays sent emails on the screen. Now, we will use SMTP email backend. Backends.smtp.email backend. To send out real emails, an SMTP backend is required. So you first need to select an email service provider, such as SendGrid and Brevo. In my case, I will be using Brevo. Then you need to look for SMTP settings, SMTP and API. We need the SMTP server, also known as the host. Login and password. Email host equals smtp relay.brevo.com, and we also need email host user. Email host user equals this user. We also need email host password equals the password You can generate a password by clicking on this button. I'm going to copy the password, and we also have the ports. The port, email port is 587. Email use TLS is true. Let us take a look at the send email function. Send email. From email must be a verified domain. In my case, I will use my domain name email from equals no reply at ridwanray.com. Email from to be this. Let us restart the server. Python manage.py run server. The server is running. Now let us create a new account. Logout. Register. I would like to use a sample account. Ray at mailinator.com, and the password will be 12345. Register. Verification code sent to Ray at mailinator.com. Now let us take a look at the email mailinator.com. Mailinator is a public email for testing purpose. Ray at mailinator.com. As you can see, this is the verification email. We have to use this code to verify the account. Verification code. Verify invalid or expired verification code. Okay, it looks like we make a mistake. Verify. Account verified. You are now logged in. Alright friends, we are going to set up Celery to handle email sending. Celery is an asynchronous task queue. Celery can be used to offload a long-running process or external service to ensure that the main application remains responsive and performant. We can delegate email sending to Celery without keeping the user waiting. So we need to install Celery and a couple of packages. Pip install Celery, Django Redis, and Flower. The packages are installed. Now we need to update the settings. Settings.py. Celery config. Celery accepts content. Application JSON. We also have Celery result serializer equals JSON, and also Celery task serializer equals JSON. Also we need the broker URL. Celery broker URL is Redis on localhost, and the port is 6379. We can also mention the result backend, Celery result backend is the location of the Redis instance. The message broker is responsible for sending tasks from Django to Celery. In this case, the broker is Redis. Let me check if Redis is running on these ports. I want to open a new terminal. Redis server. So Redis is already running on the port 6379. Redis CLI ping pong. This means we can connect to Redis on these ports. Next, we need to create a configuration file for Celery. We are going to create a file called celery.py inside the project. Let me copy the contents of the file. The project is talent base. New file celery.py. The project name is talent base, talent underscore base, and talents underscore base. We also need an init file. The init file is already present. We need to update the init file. These are some of the configuration we can use. Celery time zone. To turn a function into a Celery task, we can use shared task. So let us make use of the shared task. Tasks.py. We need to import shared task from Celery, and we need to turn send email to a Celery function or a Celery task at shared task. One way to trigger a Celery task is to use .delay. To call a Celery task, we can use .delay. Let us make use of that. Send email. It is used in accounts views. Send email .delay. Send email .delay, and also it is used in the views for application tracking. Send email .delay. So whenever .delay is used, function execution is delegated to Celery. Aside from using .delay, you can also use .apply async. Next is to start the worker process. Let me copy the command. Open a new terminal. I want to activate the virtual environment. Source. Activate. We need to run the command in a virtual environment. The project name is talent base. Talent underscore base. So Celery is able to discover that send email is a Celery task. It also says connected to Redis, which is the Redis instance on port 6379. I will open a new terminal for Flower. Source virtual env activate. Flower is used for monitoring Celery tasks. So we need to say Celery -a, and the name of the project is talent base Flower, and the port is 5555. Option port requires a value equal 555. Visit me at this URL connected to Redis, which is the broker. Now let us access this URL. Copy link. So we can monitor Celery tasks by using this dashboard. Tasks, workers, broker. Let me sign up for a new account. Logout, register an account, and the email can be ridwanray@mailinator.com. Password is 12345. Register. Verification code sent to ridwanray@mailinator.com. Next is to check the Mailinator. Verify your account. Sending out email is now handled by Celery. Let us check the terminal. So a new task has been received by Celery and the task execution is successful. As you can see, it takes almost 8 seconds to send the email. If Celery is not used, the user would have to wait an additional 8 seconds during sign up. Let us check the dashboard. Tasks. So the task is successful and we can also see the arguments for the task. Next is to remove sensitive information from the code base. Sensitive information such as email host, user, and password should be kept secret. So we need to create a .env file. .env, new file, .env, settings.py. Email host is email host, and also host user, the value is this. We also need the host password. We should also remove the secret key. Next is to install Python decouple. Pip install Python decouple. You can use Python decouple to read the .env file. So let us make use of decouple. From decouple, import config of secret key, and the variable name is secret key. Email host, config of email host, and also config of the email host user config, email host user config of password, config host password. Let us check if the server is running. Run server. The server is running. I would like to reset my password. Login. Forgot password. The email is ray@mailinator.com. Let me open Mailinator. Mailinator. Ray. Your password reset link. Let us click on the link. The new password is 222. Reset password. Password changed. Now let me log in. ray@mailinator.com 222. You are now logged in. So that is how we can use the couple. Now let us create a .gitignore file. .gitignore. We need to add .env and any other files that we don't want it to be committed. Let me add the virtual environment directory venv. I hope you find value in this lesson. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks.